Hey everybody, it's Steve Lookner. Let's take you over to Rafah, Gaza. There we go. The Red Cross has just shown up in Rafah, Gaza. All right, I got to get the clock on the screen. Sorry to get on a little late here, but the Red Cross vehicles are there in Rafah, Gaza. Getting ready for 6 hostages to be handed over. I don't know if it's all 6 at once or I gotta look at this, but you're seeing it right there. This is Rafah. Let me get you the clock on the screen. There we go. Okay. We have 2 different angles. We have this angle and that angle. Six living hostages today. Sorry, I got on a little later than I wanted to, but managed to get on anyway. Oopsie. Sorry, I got on a little. This is in Rafah, Gaza. You can see all the trucks with the Toyota trucks with, well, I don't know if that might be spectators on them. On the left there. But the Red Cross cars are there as well. Yes, this is a different setting, as one of our viewers just said. It's a different location than last time. Last time was Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. This is Rafah in southern Gaza. And you can see those are the Red Cross vehicles right there. Those are the Red Cross vehicles. There is somebody from the Red Cross on the AFP shot. Yeah, some of our viewers are commenting on this. With these hostage releases recently, Hamas is making a kind of a show out of it, and they'll have a stage. I think there's 2 stages here, maybe. I got to look this up, but they'll have political messages on the stage, and I would think, based on past ones, they'll make the hostages stand on the stage and maybe wave and smile or something. It's just what they do. Yes, these are living hostages today. This is the last handover of living hostages today in phase 1 of the ceasefire. For any more living hostages to be handed over, they'll have to move on to the 2nd phase of the ceasefire. That's going to involve some negotiations. Hold on. You can see the Hamas fighters in the fatigues with the green headbands. Oh, so look at the stage. See, you can see on the left there's a stage, and I don't know what it says, but you can see there's pictures on the stage, and I'm guessing it's a political message, probably partly written in English. You know, I didn't even know this. One of our viewers, Firo Lunch Lady, says that 2 of them aren't from October 7th. Hey, let me get an update on this for you. Hold on. Let's see. Yes, So AP says there are 4 men from the October 7th attack who were taken hostage, and 2 other men who have been held since they crossed into Gaza on their own years ago. They were part of the deal, the ceasefire as well, which I did not realize. So 4 men who were taken hostage on October 7th, 3 from a music festival and 1 from Kibbutz Be'eri. And then 2 other men who've been held since crossing into Gaza on their own years ago. Those are the 6 today. More than 600 Palestinians will be freed in Israel in exchange. The prisoners set for release, AP says, include 50 serving life sentences, 60 with long sentences, 47 who were released under a previous hostage for prisoner exchange, and 445 prisoners from Gaza arrested since the war began. Oh, look, look, look. See this? You can see all the Hamas fighters. One of our viewers asked how many hostages are left. After today, there are supposed to be four hostage bodies next week, and then after the 4 hostage bodies next week, there would be about 60 hostages left, about 30 who are supposed to be alive. Betsy says there's a cameraman running around filming this propaganda film. Yeah, they have been, Hamas has had cameras at these hostage releases. They make like a show out of it. One other thing, AP says that Hamas had said, so again, 4 bodies supposed to be released next week, bodies of hostages. Then there would be 60 hostages left, around 60, around half believed to be alive. As AP says, Hamas has said it will not release the remaining hostages without a lasting ceasefire and a full Israeli withdrawal. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, with the full backing of the Trump administration, says he's committed to destroying Hamas's military and governing capabilities and returning all the hostages, goals widely seen as mutually exclusive. There's the stage there. You can see the guy on stage. What does that say in English there? It says, I can't see. Can anyone make out what it says on the stage there in English? Maybe there's a picture of it online. There, you can see on the picture has English on it. Oh, you know, Chris Kringle says there's a second site. I had read there might be multiple sites, but I only have one site I believe access to. Let me see if I can find out about this. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. Hang on. Yeah, 2 sites. Oh, okay. There's also a site in Nuseirat. There's one site in Rafah and one in Nuseirat, according to Reuters. I don't believe I have a camera in Nuseirat. I only have a camera in Rafah. I think. Let's see. Rafah. Yes. This is the camera. I have Yama Dude says NBC showing another site. Again, I only have access to the cameras from one site, from Rafah. I have 2 camera angles. That's the same angle. I mean, it's the same site, different angle. But I don't have access to the other site. So maybe it'll be 3 of them here. Hey, a quick thank you to hold on a second. Thanks to Marin Gobra, our member, DB Cooper. DB Cooper said he or she heard 2 at one location and 4 at the other. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu, Ash, Nikos Kostianis. Nico says, does anyone want to bet Israel will not destroy Hamas after they get the hostages? These past releases have to infuriate Israeli government. Thank you, Nikos. Thank you also, Pale Rider 747. And thanks to our moderators, we have moderating right now. Hang on. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over on X. Thank you. Also, thank you to the SUVs are the Red Cross SUVs, not the Toyota trucks. You can see the SUVs have the Red Cross on the top. Matthew Kohai 3 is moderating. Thank you, Matthew, on Twitch. And thanks to, hold on. Nico says, does anyone want... Thanks, Kay Lowry Body, who's moderating on Facebook. Thanks, Kay. Again, Israel will be releasing 602 Palestinian prisoners and detainees in exchange for these 6 hostages. And hang on. Pulling something up here. Oh, okay. We might have coverage of the other location eventually. So this is okay. At 2 hostages are supposed to be handed over at this particular location. This is the first 2 of 6. So 2 hostages are going to be handed over at this site. This is Tal Shoham and Avira Mengistu. They are the two, and Tal Shoam was kidnapped on October 7th, and Avira Mengistu was someone who has been there went into Gaza on his own years ago. So 2 hostages from this first site. It's possible we'll actually get video from the second site, but this is the first site. I only have access to this footage right now, but at the same time, it's possible we'll get the access to the other site after. Hold on. Yes, all the hostages today are alive. So at this site, there are going to be 2 hostages handed over. Black thinks the theatrics are ridiculous. Oh, Aaron Curtis says the banner on the stage says, "We are the flood. We are the extreme strength." That's what our viewer says. Hang on a moment here. Let me just pull. But again, 2 different locations. This is the Rafah one, and this is the first of the 2. From Times of Israel says this is the first of the 2 locations where we'll have a handover. When will they be released? So I had seen earlier that the release was going to happen around 9 a.m., but it's late. It's obviously later than that now, but that's not a fixed time. But again, look, the Red Cross is there. It should not be long now. The Red Cross cars are there. The Red Cross SUVs are there. Let me give you a little background here. Reuters says Hamas is set to release 6 more hostages from Gaza today in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners and detainees. After Israel did confirm, hey, look, is that like a camera person? Some guy up there. Israel did confirm that a body handed over hours ago is Shiri Bibas. A couple days ago, we covered the handover of 4 hostage bodies, and Israel said it was handing over the Bibas family, a mother and 2 children, but the mother's body turned out to be not the mother. But then Hamas today, Hamas said it was handing over the Bibas family. Then Hamas today handed over another body, and that did turn out to be Shiri Bibas. That's the same shot. It's the same site, but a different angle. Reuters says the fragile truce in the war between Israel and Hamas militants had been threatened with derailment by the misidentification of a body released on Thursday as that of Bibas, who was kidnapped with her 2 young sons and her husband in the Hamas attack on October 7, 2023. But late on Friday, Hamas handed over another body, and her family said that had been confirmed to be hers. In Gaza, armed and masked Hamas militants gathered at 2 sites, in Rafah, which you're seeing right here, and in Nuseirat, where 6 living hostages are expected to be handed over to the Red Cross, which is to then transport them to Israeli forces. They are the last living hostages from a group of 33 due to be freed in the first stage of the ceasefire deal that took effect on January 19th. 4 of these hostages were seized by Hamas gunmen during the October 7th attack in 2023. 2 others have been held in Hamas since they entered Gaza separately under unexplained circumstances around a decade ago. In return, Israel is expected to release 602 Palestinian prisoners and detainees held in its jails. That is from Reuters. So, according to Times of Israel, 2 will be released at this location. 2 hostages. Tal Shoham and Avira Mengistu. Oh, also, Times of Israel points out that on the stage in Rafah, are military weapons and equipment that Hamas claims were stolen from the IDF on October 7th. And the Times of Israel says on the stage, one of the guns has the word Rav shots, which is a Hebrew word standing for the head of a community's local security team, indicating it was taken from a person killed by Hamas terrorists during the October 7th attack. Okay, so also the schedule is for, one other thing the Times of Israel pointed out is the schedule today is for, this is the first location. And then after this, there's going to be a release in Nuseirat. So this is supposed to be the first of the 2 releases. And I don't know what the delay is going to be between this and Nuseirat. Maybe they'll happen one right after the other. I don't know. But it's going to be this first one. So it's possible we'll have footage of the other one. Nuseirat is in central Gaza. Rafah is in southern Gaza. Don T3L says, sure there's no electricity live, right? Yeah, some people were thinking that maybe the people were not being very safe sitting on those electric poles. Thank you to Megatron for your support. Nate says, I guess there's no power in those lines. That I'm not sure of. So 2 handover locations today. This is the first of the 2 in Rafah, Gaza. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the electricity situation is in Gaza right now. That's a good question. This is live. Oh, you know what I gotta do? That's a little messed up. Let me fix the clock thing if I can. That clock thing looks a little weird. I don't want that. That seems, no, that's not good. Fix this. Looks a little messed up on the screen there, so I'm going to fix it. Oh, hold on, what if I do this? No, that didn't really help. Let me do it this way. Okay, that looks a little better. So I'm going to get rid of this. Let me just do this. Get rid of that. Then we're going to shrink this. We'll shrink this. We don't want it so big. Put this up here. And then we're going to make this there. Somebody's speaking. Hold on. Oh, here's the stage. Here's the stage. Look at the stage right there. Wow.
قد أذاق أبطال النخبة الشرقية في هذا الميدان لقد أذاقوا العدو والجبان العديد من الكمائن المؤقتة والضربات الموجعة حيث دمروا خلياتهم وجرافاتهم وقتل جنودهم فكل الفخر لأبطال النخبة الشرقية.
Yeah.
Okay, are the hostages about to get brought out? Are they bringing the hostages out right now? There's 2 hostages. There's 2 at this site. So maybe they're about to bring them out and give them over to the Red Cross. Probably have them on a stage. We don't see them yet.
طبعا الآن وصول وحدة الظل وقائد كتيبة في رفح.
It seems like maybe they're over here. Oh, are they in these cars? Are the 2 hostages in these cars? Look, a convoy is coming. A convoy is pulling up right now. Maybe these are the 2 hostages right in this convoy here. That'd be my guess. So a convoy is pulling up, maybe with the 2 hostages are going to be handed over at this location. The Red Cross is already there. You can see a couple camera people. You can see a couple Hamas camera people are filming this. Look at this. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. It's a whole spectacle. We have footage from AFP and Reuters. Turn that down a little bit. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, Truth WSYF says, let's see what condition the hostages are in. Past hostages have been in varying conditions. Oh, hold on, look at this. Look at this here. Wow. Thank you, Quentin from Astoria, for being a member. Also, Uncle Lester came. Thank you, Uncle Lester came. Again, 2 hostages at this location will be handed over. and 4 at a location in Nuseirat after. We might have footage from the other location too, but this is 2 of the 6. One of the 2 today will be an October 7th hostage. One of the 2 will be someone who's been there for, I believe, over a decade, having entered Gaza on his own in unexplained circumstances around a decade ago. There's the stage right there. They're going to have to sign. Red Cross will sign for the hostages, I assume. They have their documents and a stamp. Ritu said one of them is an Ethiopian citizen. Is that Avira Mengistu? Avira Mengistu is an Ethiopian-born Israeli man who crossed into Gaza in 2014. He's one of the 2. Oh, look. We are the flood. We are the extreme strength. There's the stage there.
والإفراج عن الجندي الأسير أفيرا منغستو كتائب الشهيد عز الدين القسام.
Okay, let's see what happens here. Hold on. We got the cameras. There's a Red Cross person right there. We got two cameras here. Red Cross person, I think she's going to sign for the hostages right now. Look at this. One camera's behind the other. So one camera's a little ahead of the other. Oh, is she getting the hostages out? Or is she getting them out right now? Look at this. Look at this right now. Again, one camera is slightly ahead of the other, but maybe one or both of the hostages are in that car. Ayub says she is checking on them. Maybe that's what she's doing. But the Red Cross person is looking at that car, and she nodded. So maybe she checked to make sure both of those hostages were in there. So she nodded, and now she's walking up, I think, to sign for them. Bohika, our viewer, said verifying who they are. So we just saw that. She might have been at the last one a couple days ago. I think this person on stage was also there a couple days ago. I think this is the same person from the Red Cross who signed for them a couple days ago. Look at this. They're having the signing. Look at this. We have the signing going on with the stamp. The Red Cross is signing for these 2 hostages, 2 of the 6. And there's a Hamas camera person right behind there. I don't have access to the Hamas feed. The Hamas feed is behind. I don't know if that's a live feed, but thank you, Leon Yoder. Thank you, Leon Yoder, for your support. I appreciate it, Leon. All right, so they're signing for the hostages right now. You can see Hamas on the right, Red Cross on the left. They will stamp the pages, I believe. There's a stamp. Just stamp the page. They have a Hamas stamp, I guess. I don't know who the person is signing for Hamas. I do not know. So there's the other stamp right there. So 2 different documents stamped. Maybe they'll stamp it again. A stamp again. Another stamp. They are signing for these 2. One hostage is Tal Shoham, who was a hostage taken on October 7th from Kibbutz Be'eri, and one is Avira Mengistu, who has been there for about 10 years. Okay, the signing is over. The signing is over. Let's see what happens now. All right, they're getting the hostages out of the car. I think they're getting the hostages out of the car right now. I'm giving you 2 different angles here. The second hostage is Avira Mengistu. There's one. Okay, there's one hostage right there. There's one hostage right there. He's wearing like a tracksuit. Right there. They are bringing him onto the stage. I believe this must be Tal Shoham, right? Because it's not Avira Mengistu, I don't think. Wow. There he is. There he is. I think that's Tal Shoham. I think, because I believe Avira Mengistu has darker skin color. Avira Mengistu was born in Ethiopia. So this is what they do. They put them on a stage. I don't know what condition he is in. Yeah, one of our viewers said it seemed like he was having some difficulty walking. I can't confirm that. You know, he's certainly some of our viewers are saying he looks skinny, he looks weak. I can't confirm what he looked like before, but it's very possible he's a lot skinnier than when he went in there. Callie says he looks like he is in shock. Oh, there's the other one on the right. There's the other one. On the right is Avira Mengistu. So on the left is Tal Shoham. Both hostages are on stage right now. On the left is Tal Shoham, who was taken from a kibbutz on October 7th. On the right is Avira Mengistu, an Ethiopian-born Israeli who crossed into Gaza about 11 years ago. He's speaking. Kind of hard to hear. We were hearing him a bit before, so he just spoke.
واصطحبوا الآن أبطال وحدة الظل الجندي الأسير تال شوهام ويقوم بتسليمه للصليب الأحمر.
So he is being put into he's being put into a Red Cross car. He's being put into a Red Cross car. That's hostage number 1. And then hostage number 2. Is he been put into the car yet? Let's see. Hold on, I'll show you. Yes, there's hostage number 2. He was the one who's been there since 2014. He's being put into the other car right now. So both hostages are now in the Red Cross vehicles. Okay, so the Red Cross is starting to move out right now from this first location. The Red Cross is moving out after we saw the first two of the 6 hostages handed over to the Red Cross. The Red Cross is now moving out to bring these 2 hostages to the Israeli forces. And there's 4 more hostages to be released today at a different location. Ahmed said, I think one of them is missing a finger. That I cannot confirm. That I don't know. Now, I'm not sure if I might have footage from the second location. I don't even know what the delay is going to be between the first location and the second location. I don't know how long I don't know if you're going to have, is it going to be hours or minutes? I have no idea. It's possible that the first 2 hostages will go back to the military, to the Israeli military, then they'll be brought into Israel, and then they'll do the next 4, or will they just do the next 4 in like 5 minutes? That I don't know. So I'll try to find that out for you. I know a viewer said that somewhere online they were looking at the second location, which with people at it, which makes you think it won't be that long until the second location. Why are they doing 2 locations today? I don't know. I mean, there's 6 hostages, which I guess is more than the usual. Maybe to make more, more of a statement, or to use it as an excuse to do, 2 events where they can, have their own media cover it. Zona said someone in the chat said 11 a.m. for next location. Let me see if I can find out from an Israeli media source what they're saying. And I'll also give you some other background. Those were Tal Shoham and Avira Mengistu. Those 2 hostages. So the Times of Israel said they were looking thin and frail, but on their feet. So the Times of Israel said that those hostages did look thin and frail. They confirmed that. They said that was the first time. The Times of Israel says that was the first time Tal Shoham was seen since he was captured on October 7th of 2023. And it was the first time, except for one video from in captivity, that Mengistu had been seen since 2014. I was trying to get a time for the second location. I haven't seen a confirmed time yet from location 2. Location 1 was supposed to be 9 a.m. and you can see it ran a little late. We'll see if I have access to the Nuseirat second location. We'll have to see. Hold on. Don't know yet. Do not know. Oh, Jonah Katz said the Israeli Foreign Ministry account said 11 a.m. for the second location. That's what our viewer Jonah mentioned. Yes, so, yes, Israeli Foreign Ministry had a post about a hostage release at 11 a.m. They posted it on the Israeli Foreign Ministry site. Thank you to Jonah for saying that, for mentioning that. Let me just real quick make sure this is the Nuseirat one. Yes. So it looks like the planned time for the second release is at 11 a.m. Oh, hold on a second. What is this from the first? What am I seeing here? That's the same location, right? Are they like, it looks like, are they like taking pictures on the stage? Oh yeah, it is. It is. This is the original location, and you can see that's what's going on stage right now. The Hamas fighters are on the stage. So we're still looking at Rafah here. Maybe they're taking a picture or something. Cherry Cola says photo op. I might have the second location. I might have a shot of the second location right now. Hang on a moment. Hey guys, I think I might have a shot of the second location. Yes, I think I do. Hang on a moment here. That's the second location. Breaking news. There is location number 2. All right, hold on a second. That's in Nuseirat. Now, I need to fix the clock thing. So, let me just do that. That is location number 2. You can hear they're playing some music there. Do I have a second shot of that location? Let me see. No, I just have that one right now. Again, that you can see it's a different stage. That is the second location. That is Nuseirat, Gaza, in central Gaza, where the second group of hostages will be released. Can I fix the headline here? Let me see if I can make it more clear. Soon, Hamas gives 2 hostages to Red Cross, 4 more soon. Okay. There you go. You know, I want to mention, hold on a second here. I want to mention something about the second hostage we just saw. So we just saw 2 hostages handed over. One was Tal Shoam, and the second was Avira Mengistu. Avira Mengistu, according to Wikipedia, is an Ethiopian-born Israeli man who crossed into Gaza in 2014. He was interrogated by Hamas and has been missing since then. His family has said he is mentally unstable and had been admitted to a mental hospital in the past. He had been treated with medication which he stopped taking a few weeks prior to his crossing. That's a Wikipedia summary of the second hostage we just saw. In 2011, says Wikipedia, Mengistu began to experience mental health problems after his older brother died. He became withdrawn from his family and friends. Oh, Avira Mengistu, back in the early 2010s, had tied a piece of string around one of his fingers so highly it cut off the blood flow, causing severe gangrene that led to the amputation of the finger. So, if you saw that Avira Mengistu was missing a finger, that was something that was the case before he was taken hostage in 2014. So he was somebody who I guess had mental issues, and then, according to Wikipedia, in 2014, he just on his own went to Gaza. And Wikipedia says, one of the Israeli soldiers on the border said he thought Mengistu was a Sudanese refugee who had decided to move to Gaza. Anyways, Israel believes that he was being held against his will, and he had been in Gaza since 2014. Actually, in 2023, Hamas released a video allegedly of him, in which the man purported to be him says, "How much longer will I be in captivity? Where are the state and people of Israel?" But again, Israel considered him a hostage, and he had been in Gaza since 2014. You can read, there's a whole article about Avira Mengistu on Wikipedia. I'll post a link to it in the chat right now if you want to read about his background. But he was just released. And the other person released was Tal Shoam, who had been taken hostage at a kibbutz in Israel on October 7th, 2023. The remaining 4 hostages who are going to be released in Nuseirat include 3 hostages who were taken hostage at that music festival in Israel where a bunch of people were killed, and also 1 other hostage who had entered Gaza on his own around a decade ago. So you're looking right now at Nuseirat, Gaza. That is the second location. Meanwhile, the Red Cross is taking the first 2 hostages to Israeli forces, who will then take them out of Israel. Oh, I have an update for you. I have an update for you guys. Hang on a moment here. The Israeli Defense Force and the Israeli Security Force, the ISA, announcement. I have an update for you here. Let me read you the announcement from them. The Shin Bet is the Israeli security agency, internal security service. So, the Israeli Defense Force and Shin Bet announces that the 2 returning hostages have just been transferred to the Israeli forces in Shin Bet in the Gaza Strip. That was pretty fast. So the Red Cross has now handed over those first 2 hostages that they got from Hamas to the Israeli forces. Israel says that the 2 returning hostages are currently being accompanied by IDF Special Forces and ISA forces on their return to Israeli territory, where they will undergo an initial medical assessment. The commanders and soldiers of the Israeli Defense Forces salute and embrace the returning hostages as they make their way home to the State of Israel. The IDF spokesperson's unit asks everyone to respect the privacy of the returning hostages. The IDF is prepared to receive additional hostages who are due to be transferred to the Red Cross in the near future. So, the first 2 are now with Israeli forces. We are looking at Nuseirat, Gaza, and central Gaza, waiting for the 4 other hostages, living hostages, to be transferred over. Thank you, by the way, to John, our new member. Thank you also to Leon Yoder. Leon, if I'm live and I have footage of the hostages arriving in Israel, I will show it. I don't know what I'll have footage of and how long that'll take, but if it works out, I'll show it. Thank you, Leon. Thank you also, Jihad Atari. Jihad says 17,000 children killed by Israeli forces, and the world is worried about 6 soldiers being released today. To be clear, these are not soldiers being released today, but they are hostages. Jihad, though, says SMH, Al Jazeera, YouTube has a live feed of all the locations. Thank you. Yeah, I can only show Jihad what I have the rights to, so I buy the rights to these feeds. So I have access to the AFP and the Reuters feed, but I can't use the other feeds that I don't have access to. Thank you so much, Jihad Atari. Thank you also, Shelby Stout, our new member. Tarek, thank you, Tarek Astor, who says, why don't you cover the Palestinian hostages when they are released and the inhumane conditions they are kept in? Actually, I have covered it before. On previous streams, I have multiple times covered the Palestinian hostages, Palestinian prisoners being released. I don't have any footage of that right now. It's possible that'll happen much later today. If I have footage of it, while I'm on the air, I will show it, and I have done so in the past. Thank you also, Joe South Oz, for your support. Also, I will say this. You know, in covering these releases are being staged by Hamas. So, you know, we've been showing you the releases. And at a certain point, you're seeing an event that Hamas wants you to see. I mean, I'm literally showing you the stage that Hamas has set up. I have showed you signs with wording that Hamas has put up there and shown you the visuals that Hamas has wanted you to see. So just to be clear, when you show these events, you are seeing an event that has been put together and the visuals have been created by Hamas. So in itself, I think there is a certain amount of balance in just showing the event. Now, what are we seeing here? Now, I don't know. We're looking at the second location here. This is in Nuseirat, Gaza. I heard some people cheering. I have not seen the Red Cross get there yet. Hey, I wonder, will the Red Cross vehicles who picked up the first 2 hostages then go to Nuseirat from Rafah? It's not that far away. So will the same Red Cross people in vehicles who a while ago picked up the first 2 hostages in southern Gaza then go to central Gaza to get these hostages? TJ Adams thinks so. Or will it be different Red Cross people? Maybe we'll see the exact same people in the same cars. Kinsley thinks so. Caviar Liberta thinks it's unlikely. I don't know. Thanks also to Tarek Asfor. Tarek says, what did the IDF accomplish in 15 months of bombing? All we saw is pics of women and children torn to pieces. As well, they had to meet Hamas demands since day one. That's what our viewer Tarek Asfor says. Right now, I just have one shot of this second location. If I get another one, I'll let you know. But right now, I have one. Thank you, Snow, for watching from India. Let's see here. Hey, a quick thanks to our moderators. Again, I really appreciate them being here. Thank you so much to our moderators. Beezy, thank you so much, Beezy, for moderating. RJ is moderating as well. Thank you, RJ. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Over there on Twitch, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3. Speaking of Twitch, by the way, thanks to Warlord Gord for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate that, Warlord Gord. And also thanks to our Facebook moderators, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley over there, moderating there. Thank you. Thank you, Lou Green, for subscribing on Facebook. Sharon Klassen Goslin for subscribing on Facebook. Also, Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body for subscribing, and all of our other subscribers over there. And thank you to Ermi T for the memberships on YouTube. Thank you, Ermi T. I really appreciate that. Also, our new member, Shelby Stout, and Cecilia from Norway. Oh, hold on a second now. They just switched the shot. Hang on. I'm sure they'll go back there. Let me see if I have, though. I might be able to switch it back myself. Let me see. Hold on. I have different shots here. Oh, this might be, they might have switched for the moment to show you the hostages coming into Israel. Hold on a second here. Yeah, Reuters, I think, for the moment, has switched over to show us where the first 2 hostages are expected to arrive in vans. But we should get that other shot back. Hold on, I see Rafah. All right, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Hold on. I'm just reaching out to Reuters to see if they will. So what they did is they're showing both. They're trying to give up. I think they're showing this because I believe that maybe the first 2 hostages are coming to Israel soon. But what they should do is give me the ability to switch to the other shot. So hopefully shortly I'll be able to go back to that first shot, which they weren't handing over the hostages yet at the second location. But I would rather have that shot on there, or at least be able to monitor that shot, which I'm sure I'll have soon. But as soon as I get that shot back, oh, well, there it is right there. All right, there it is. We're back in Nuseirat, Gaza. Okay, so we got the shot back. This is Nuseirat, Gaza, the second release location where 4 hostages will be released. Okay. So there you go. We already got it back. Yeah, as one of our viewers said, Mr. Steezy, McSteez, it's a different angle. The camera panned over, looks like. Are those the Toyota trucks in the back there? I'm going to give you a little back. Let me just check for some updates here. Again, Israeli forces now have the first 2 hostages, Tal Shoham and Avira Mengistu. They are now with the Israeli forces. We're waiting for the next 4 hostages to be released. Oh, Murph said that Hamas was posting videos and pictures on Telegram. You know, I believe I follow them on Telegram. I'll have to see if I can find any of that stuff. But their channel had switched a couple times. I think I'm following their current one, but let's see. Or maybe I don't have all of their channels to follow. I don't know that I'm seeing their video. I have one of their channels I'm following. Anyways. Give me 1 sec. Checking some of the messages people have sent me. Let me give you a little background here on what's going on as we wait for the next 4 hostages. Thanks, by the way, to... oh. Thanks to Jason Casper, who says, why is it for every Israeli hostage is released, the Palestinians get 100 or more of theirs released? I'm curious to know that. I mean, that is that way of doing things, where there's a lot more prisoners released than Palestinian prisoners than Israeli hostages. That goes back a while. I had looked up why that's the case before, and I had seen some different reasons given. I'm not an expert on that, but that I guess you could call it a tradition, dates back before October 7th. Hang on. Now, our viewer Ben Has Wing says the value to a Jewish body is higher. I mean, at a certain point, it's the value that each places on those people. So, like, I asked ChatGPT this question. ChatGPT says one reason is that Israel places a high value on recovering its citizens. At a certain point, both sides have to agree. So it's important enough to Israel that they're willing to give up a lot of prisoners. Also, though, ChatGPT says asymmetry in captivity. While Hamas and other groups capture a relatively small number of Israeli hostages, Israel detains thousands of Palestinians. So there's a big numerical imbalance there. Also, they point out, ChatGPT, that the Israeli government faces intense public pressure to bring hostages home. So it's a very good question, but at a certain point, it's what they agree to. And some of those factors I just mentioned presumably play a big role. Our viewer, Not Sure Ifsers, says there are thousands of prisoners versus a few hostages. Why would they trade 1-1 when thousands are in prisons? It's a good question, though. So I think we're going to have just an update here. So you're looking at the Reuters camera that we have from Nuseirat. Now, for some of the recent releases, we've actually had two cameras. We've had one from Reuters and one from AFP. AFP, I just heard from them that they're having some signal issues. So for now, we have this one camera and that's why I don't have the other angle from Nuseirat, Gaza. Okay, let me give you a little update here. So, as we wait for the second batch of hostages to be released. So today is the last time that living hostages will be released in the first stage of the ceasefire. There are supposed to be four hostage bodies will be handed over next week, and that's the end of the first stage of the ceasefire. After that, there will be around 60 male hostages left, all male, around half believed to be alive. And there will need to be further negotiations to proceed to the next stage of the ceasefire. There's the stage right there, by the way. Ayub suggests a poll. I'm trying to think of a good way to ask the question. How about this? Will more living hostages be released in the next month? So the question is basically, will we start phase 2? I don't know how long it'll take. I'm just gonna randomly ask you guys as a poll question. Will more living hostages be released in the next month? There's about 30 after today, but that would require moving to the next stage of the ceasefire, which will require some negotiations about Israel pulling its troops out, and I believe what kind of role Hamas will play in Gaza after that. But there's this thing about sustainable calm. Anyways, it's going to require some negotiations about the future of Gaza, which could be difficult. Let me also post that question over on Twitch. Then I'll tell you what you guys said about it. But this is the last, today is the last of the living hostage releases in phase 1 of the ceasefire. I just want to post this real quick. Hang on a moment. Oh, we might be getting video. We may be getting some video from AFP. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if we are. Hey, a quick thanks, by the way, to John the Horrible from Australia, who thinks Israel will track the Hamas members at the ceremony, gaining new intelligence. Thank you, John the Horrible. Thank you also, Ane, our new member, Ane. Thank you, Ane. And also Leon Yoder for your support. Leon says that Israel is releasing prisoners. Many have been convicted of violent crimes and or Hamas fighters. And says Hamas is releasing innocent civilian hostages they captured on October 7th. One of the 3 of the 4 coming up are from October 7th, and one of the 4 is somebody who has been in Gaza since for around a decade. You can see some Hamas fighters right there with their guns and the headbands. Okay, let me show you. I asked you guys, I said in the poll question, what I said is, will we move on to the next phase of the ceasefire and have, in the next month, will there be more living hostages released in the next month after today? Over on YouTube, 55% of you said yes, 45% said no. On Facebook, 78% said no, and 22% said yes. And on Twitch, 65% said yes, 35% said no. So our viewership is kind of split about this, whether we'll see more living hostages released in the next month. Thank you for voting in the poll. Oopsie. All right. It is, I believe, in 28 minutes. It's 10:32 there. So the hostage release at this second location is supposed to be 11 a.m. in about 28 minutes. So here's a little background for you from Associated Press. Hamas today released the first 2 of 6 Israeli hostages due to be released today, even as heightened tension between the adversaries clouded the future of the fragile ceasefire deal. The 2 hostages who were released at the first location, which we showed, Tal Shoham 40 and Avira Mengistu 39, were put into Red Cross ambulances after being brought out onto a stage by masked and armed Hamas fighters in Rafah. Soon after, the Israeli military confirmed they had been brought in. Oh, they've been brought into Israel now? Hold on. The Israeli military said that, let me pull this up here. I know they said that they had been, that they had control, they had the hostages. Yes, update from the Israeli Defense Forces. The 2 hostages who were given back in Rafah have now crossed into Israeli territory. A short while ago, accompanied by IDF and ISA forces, the 2 returning hostages crossed the border into Israeli territory, and they are currently on their way to an initial reception point in southern Israel, where they will be reunited with members of their families. The IDF is prepared to receive additional hostages who are due to be transferred to the Red Cross in the near future, which you're looking at. The latest hostage release, says Associated Press, along with the freeing of, I think, over 600 prisoners, Palestinian prisoners, by Israel, I think that's supposed to happen today, is going ahead after tensions mounted over a grisly and heart-wrenching dispute triggered this week when Hamas initially handed over the wrong body for Shiri Bibas, an Israeli mother of 2 young boys abducted by Hamas militants. The remains that Hamas transferred with her son's bodies on Thursday were later determined to be those of an unidentified Palestinian woman. But then today, Hamas did give another body to Israel, and that has been confirmed to be the body of Shiri Bibas. Bibas' family this morning, that body was handed over Friday night, and on Saturday morning, Bibas' family said that the remains were hers. The ceasefire deal is nearing the end of its first phase. Negotiations over a second phase, in which Hamas would release dozens more hostages in exchange for a lasting ceasefire and an Israeli withdrawal, are likely to be even more difficult. The 4 hostages we're going to see released shortly are the last living hostages to be released in phase 1. More than 600 Palestinians jailed in Israel will be freed in exchange today. The prisoners set for release include 50 serving life sentences, 60 with long sentences, 47 who were released under a previous hostage for prisoner exchange, and 445 prisoners from Gaza arrested since the war began. That is according to Associated Press. Hamas said it will release 4 more bodies next week. Then after that, Hamas will retain about 60 hostages, about half of whom are believed to be alive. Hamas has said it will not release the remaining hostages without a lasting ceasefire and a full Israeli withdrawal. Prime Minister Netanyahu, with the full backing of the Trump administration, said he's committing to destroying Hamas's military and governing capacities and returning all the hostages. 2 goals widely seen as mutually exclusive. Because the thinking is, why, if Hamas thinks Israel's going to destroy them, why are they going to return the remaining hostages? All right, so we're waiting for the second batch of hostages to be released. 4 hostages coming up. The four hostages to be released here in Nuseirat, according to AP, include Elia Cohen, 27, Omar Shem Tov, 22, and Omer Wenkert, 23, who were all abducted from a music festival on October 7th, 2023. The other hostage that's going to be freed is Hisham al-Sayed, 36, who crossed into Gaza on his own years ago. Those are the four we're going to see returned at this location. According to Wikipedia, Hisham al-Sayed is a Bedouin Arab Israeli civilian who has been held hostage by Hamas since 2015. Hamas has claimed al-Sayed is an Israeli soldier, but Human Rights Watch says he is a civilian exempted from military service. By the way, Hisham al-Sayed, according to Wikipedia, has been diagnosed with psychotic disorder in 2010 and schizophrenia in 2013. So he apparently had mental issues. And he wandered into Gaza in 2015 and was abducted by Hamas. Pepperami says, wow, 10 years and now he gets free. Thank you, Zeppelin, who says, I don't understand why Hamas is releasing these hostages after President Trump, U.S. Israel's comments on the future of Gaza. So President Trump has said that the U.S. is going to take over Gaza and basically all the Palestinians will be kicked out and will have to leave. But, I mean, so Zeppelin, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, they still have 60 hostages. So I guess your question is, why didn't President Trump's comments bring a halt to stage one of the ceasefire? That I don't know. That I do not know. So clearly, Hamas sees value in completing stage one of the ceasefire, but I can't speak for them as to why they decided to continue stage one. But at the same time, remember they still have they are getting a lot of Palestinian prisoners back, by the way. So that's a fair question, but they still have 60 hostages. And there is this question whether the Trump proposal that clearly Hamas would not support of all the Palestinians leaving Gaza, whether that might get in the way of continuing this ceasefire. AP in its article said Trump's proposal to remove about 2 million Palestinians from Gaza so the U.S. can own and rebuild it has thrown the ceasefire into further doubt. So we'll have to see. Thank you, Zeppelin, and thank you, John the Horrible. John, I don't know if Israel pardons released prisoners. I mean, I don't know if they give them a certain designation or not, how that works in Israel. I mean, they release them, but I don't know how their legal status is affected in Israel. What's happening now? I see some people walking up. I see people walking up there, but I'm not sure what's going on. I also have not seen yet the Red Cross at this second site. Thank you again, John the Horrible. I appreciate it, John the Horrible from Australia. I see some like children. There's some children and women in there, women and children there. I don't know who these people are, but some of them are wearing like the green Hamas color. There's the stage right there. On the left is the stage. I'm not aware that the Red Cross is there yet. This is supposed to happen soon. Give me 1 second here. Our viewer Murph mentioned that Israel said yesterday that the Bibas children had been killed, had been murdered in Gaza. Hamas claims that they were killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. Those were the 2 children who were hostages who were given back a couple days ago. The bodies were given back. But Yeah, the IDF had said that the two Bibas children were brutally murdered by terrorists in captivity in November 2023 after examining the bodies. That's what the IDF said. All right, so they cut for a second. You know, they got to really... I think for a second they're cutting over to... They'll go back. I think what we're seeing right now on the Reuters feed is, I assume maybe the two hostages are going to drive by. They did this before just for a short time, where they're showing us, again, the two hostages in Israel who are returning to, who are now in Israel. And they're showing, I believe, them about to drive by there, or about to arrive there. So bear with me. I'm sure we'll get the other shot back shortly. But my guess is that they're cutting to this shot now because they're about to show up. These were the two hostages we saw released earlier. There you go. They're cutting back right now. Our viewer, Ariel says that Channel 11 Israel claims that Hamas has 22 hostages alive after today's release. AP says it's about 30. I don't know if there's an exact number that's agreed upon. Thank you, Ariel. We're hearing some noisiness. All right, things are getting noisy there. We are waiting for the Red Cross to show up. The Red Cross is not there yet. Our viewer Cecilia is wondering if fighting might start up again with Hamas, between Hamas and Israel. I don't know. You know, again, the first phase of the ceasefire is ending next week, and we'll just have to see how negotiations go. So it's unclear whether this ceasefire is going to continue and whether these hostage exchanges are going to continue. I'm hearing sirens. Thanks, by the way, to JoJo and John the Horrible for your support. I really appreciate it, JoJo and John the Horrible. Look at all of the Hamas fighters there. There's a bunch of children. See, I think there's like children who are involved in this ceremony. Children are holding signs. One of them's holding a sign. So this is, Hamas has been making a production out of these hostage exchanges. Let's see here. Hang on one moment. Phil O'Dowd says propaganda. AB thinks those are orphans. Israel killed their parents. I don't know if those children were orphans. That's a good question. I do not know. There's a little close-up there of some of the Hamas fighters. There's a child holding that flag right there. The guy's showing him how to hold it. See, look, we just saw that. Thank you, Tanner Toxicity. Tanner says 40% of Palestinians are under the age of 14 and all they've known is war. That's what Tanner says. I asked ChatGPT, which says that statistic is roughly accurate. Oh, by the way, just a quick update here for you. Quick update about the two hostages who were already released today. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reports that the released hostages, the two we saw released earlier, have arrived at an IDF facility nearby, near the border community of Re'im, after being escorted out of Gaza by troops. They will undergo an initial physical and mental checkup at the army site and meet family members. One of them was held since October 7th, 2023, and one of them has been in Gaza since 2014. So very soon here, I mean, it's 10:57. The hostage handover is supposed to be at 11. Now, it could be late, but it should be quite soon. We have yet to see the Red Cross appear at the site. I was wondering before if we'll see the same Red Cross vehicles and people that we've seen at the earlier release today and the one a couple days ago. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu, by the way. Appreciate it, PZ Papa Zulu. Maddie Stevens says, almost a decade is crazy. Actually, the first hostage, one of the first two hostages had been there for over a decade. And the other one has been there for, one of these four will have been there around a decade. The other three were captured from a music festival on October 7th, 2023. By the way, some of our viewers are mentioning this. I wanna mention something here. If I can just do this real quick. Excuse me. Israel claims that Gaza militants killed the Bebas children with their bare hands. AP says Israel's military spokesperson said yesterday that militants in Gaza killed 2 young hostages with their bare hands without providing evidence for the claim. Daniel Hagari, IDF spokesperson, alleged that forensic analysis of the Bebas boys' remains showed militants did not shoot them but killed them with their bare hands. That's the claim from Israel. So really, any moment now, this should start happening, this handover of the remaining 4 living hostages that will be handed over today. Thank you, by the way, to Brian Beelman. Brian says, makes me so sad. I appreciate it, Brian Beelman. David Gray says, what is the holdup? I mean, sometimes these don't happen right on time. They've been fairly punctual. The first one was supposed to start at 9 and it got over. I mean, things were going on around 9, but it was started a little late. But, you know, these people have been there for a while, so I assume it'll start pretty soon. I mean, the Red Cross is not there yet, but maybe they're being held back by Hamas briefly, but looks like this is set to happen soon. Thank you, Sub-Zero, as well. Thank you, Sub-Zero. After this and 4 hostages, there's supposed to be 4 bodies handed over next week. After that, there will be about 60 hostages left, about half of whom are believed to be alive. So I am waiting along with you guys. Obviously in Israel, lots of people intensely waiting there for more hostages to be handed over. Reuters says the Hamas-directed hostage releases, which have included public ceremonies in which captives are taken on stage and some made to speak, which happened this morning, which happened a short while ago, have faced mounting criticism, including from the United Nations, which denounced the parading of hostages. In return today, by the way, Israel is expected to release 602 Palestinian prisoners and detainees held in its jails. Yeah, I mean, we saw the release we saw earlier of the two hostages an hour or two ago. One of the hostages was made to speak, hold a microphone and talk. Our viewer, Leal Dahan, said Daniel Hagari said Israel will publish forensic and intel evidence about this. Leal, I'm not withholding that from you. I didn't see the speech. I was just telling you what an article said. So Leal says that Daniel Hagari said that Israel would be giving evidence publicly about the two children being killed by hand. So maybe that'll happen. I was not keeping that from you. I wasn't aware that he said that. Our viewer says he said that. Maybe he did say it. At the same time, even if he did say it, that evidence has not been presented yet. So we'll see if Israel does present it. Thank you so much, Leal Dahan. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the comment as well. Yes, these are 4 living hostages. Reuters says hopes of this ceasefire continuing have been clouded by disagreements over the future of Gaza, like whether Hamas will play a role in the running of Gaza. Also, hopes of a deal have been clouded by shock across the region over U.S. President Trump's proposal to clear Gaza of Palestinians and develop it as a Riviera-style resort under U.S. control. Mandy Lou says Hagari and Netanyahu said that, but they are not going to publish the gruesome details in respect of the family. So, again, I don't know what evidence Israel will release specifically, forensic evidence, to support their claims of that the 2 children were killed by Hamas fighters with their bare hands. We'll have to see how much they release publicly. Thank you, Alicia Alexander, who says, to think back in the day, news would take days or months to reach consumers. Yeah, it is incredible that you can watch this live, halfway around the world. It's unbelievable. Bama fan says, I listened to Hagari say it. Thank you, Rain Tarrant, as well. Very much appreciate your support for the channel. Not Cuz says, will Hamas pull more BS today like yesterday? Well, all the hostages today are living. So, you know. And in the first exchange, we saw the Red Cross person go to the car with the hostages and actually, before signing for the hostages, look in the car. I assume they might do something similar. Also, thank you to Maddie. Maddie says, I don't hate Palestinians, but I find Hamas martyrdom culture problematic. It's sad that kids have to be raised in that culture. Thank you, Maddie. Thanks for shouting out the moderators as well. This might be the first time of these exchanges, of the exchanges the last month and a half or so. This might be the first time they've done 2 locations on one day. I don't recall this before. I mean, in theory, I guess they could have done 1 location, but they have 2 locations today. This is the second. Thank you, Sub-Zero, for your support. Thank you, Sub-Zero. I appreciate it. So we're still waiting for the Red Cross to show up. It's not the first time. I don't remember it happening. Because normally the hostage releases have been not 6 people. I certainly have not covered one of these where it was 2 locations. It is now 11:12 a.m. Technically, this was supposed to happen at 11. We're expecting it to happen soon. DC says they did it before with multiple locations. Again, a couple of our viewers said it did. I guess I wasn't watching it that day. Yeah, we if you missed it, you can rewind. We showed the earlier handover. Fish Taco says this is crazy. David Gray says, are the hostages in the car there? I don't know. In the last hostage exchange this morning, the cars with the hostages drove into the central area right before the exchange. I don't know where they were before. So maybe they're there somewhere. I do not know. They could be around the corner too. I do not know. Hold on. Yub says they bring new cars when the Red Cross comes. Mort says they really turn it into a spectacle. I mean, it must be really just disorienting for the hostages. If you're a hostage, just being released is, of course, such an experience in itself. But imagine if you're a hostage and you come out and you're made to talk in front of this giant crowd, probably a hostile crowd, and you don't know the people in the crowd. What an experience that is. But I'm sure they're very happy to be released, of course. Any moment now. Waiting for the next release. Thanks Mom of 457 Rose, who says, people need to see what's happening. Yeah, I do like I do like to be able to show this stuff, just so you can see the facts of what's going on, whether you like it or not. Fish Tacos said we're the first two releases in terrible shape. So a number of our viewers thought they looked weak and thin. I think Times of Israel said something similar. Times of Israel described them as, hold on, looking thin and frail. All right, so I'm waiting with all of you. I don't have a schedule, and I know nothing more than the official time that was supposed to handover was supposed to start is 11. It is now 11:17. I certainly think it's going to happen soon. These people have been out there for a while, but we're just waiting for this handover to happen. We will show it to you when it happens. One of the cars is moving, for whatever that's worth. John the Horrible says, this is truly bizarre and medieval. Thank you, John the Horrible. I appreciate it, from Australia. Denise Owens says, has to be so traumatizing and probably also infuriating. They are told what to say, then given a certificate like an award at school. Very dehumanizing. Thank you also, Sub-Zero. Sub-Zero says, there's a different portrayal on Al Jazeera Arabic versus Al Jazeera English. One is live streaming, the other is not. Al Jazeera Arabic right now is showing, I think, a couple shots. One of them is this shot. Then they have another one. I can't speak to why they show what they do on the different channels over there. It's also possible that if Al Jazeera English is not showing it right now, they'll cut to it for when the exchange actually starts happening. You know, I wouldn't be surprised about that. 3 of the hostages to be released are hostages that were taken hostage at the music festival. That music festival on October 7th that was attacked by Hamas. And one is a man who apparently had mental issues, who wandered into Gaza back in 2015 and has been there ever since, in custody there ever since. Alan Zelton Music thinks the reason the second hostage didn't speak in the first presentation is that he has issues and Hamas could not guarantee what he would say. I don't know if that's true. I mean, one of them spoke. I don't know why the other one did not speak. That second one reportedly has had mental issues, but I don't know. I can't speak to why he did not say anything. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. I'm not sure. Ron Rakonen says nothing happening at Ofer prison yet in Israel. Yeah, I have a shot from Ofer prison. I don't see any big activity there. Normally what happens is the hostage exchange happens first, and then sometime after that, the prisoners are let out by Israel. Over 600 prisoners, Palestinian prisoners, to be freed today in exchange for these hostages. Currently 11:22 local time. Waiting to see the Red Cross. I still believe the Red Cross is not there yet. Hold on. Okay, I have an update for you. The Security Political Cabinet, which is some Israeli reporters I follow on Telegram, they say in a Doron Kadosh, who's an Israeli reporter, who's part of that site, says in a few minutes the Red Cross will be there. Oh, hey guys, I just saw something else. So, in a last-minute change, Doron Kadosh, an Israeli reporter I follow, is saying that one of the hostages is going to be released at a different location. So, Doron Kadosh, who's an Israeli reporter, says, in a last-minute change, 3 hostages are going to be released here, the 3 who were taken hostage on October 7th, 2023. And the one other one, who has been there since 2015, is going to be released in Gaza City. So I don't know what the reason is for that change. He's a reliable source, Doran Kadosh. So I think we're going to get 3 here, not 4, and then 1 maybe later. But that's a last-minute change, apparently. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says the Red Cross convoy will be there in a few minutes. And Hisham al-Sayed, who is the hostage who has been there since 2015, will be freed at a 3rd site. Okay? So we're going to see Hamas handing over 3 more hostages at this site. As to whether Hamas is doing this to just be difficult or whether they're doing it to be able to do, like, to have another scene at a 3rd site, I can't say. But this is a last-minute change. So 3 coming up here at this site. And all 3 to be released, Omer Shem Tov, Omar Wenkert, and Elia Cohen were all taken hostage at the music festival, I believe the Re'im Music Festival in the Nova Music Festival, is that what it was called? On October 7th, 2023. The Nova Music Festival. Near Kibbutz Re'im. Any moment now, the Red Cross will get there. I can only show you the cameras I have access to. Thanks so much to our moderators who are here late night. Really appreciate it, our moderators being here. Thank you. Shout out to our moderators. LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, and I Got That Fire. Also Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha. All of our moderators, thank you. Any moment now, I'm going to change the headline to 3 because there's supposed to be another one later today, but 3 is coming up, 3 hostages. Any moment now, Red Cross coming. The camera is panning over. Are we going to see the Red Cross vehicles? Any moment now. We're waiting for the Red Cross vehicles. I think they're maybe about to show up. Play some loud music at these things. Can we see the cars? Are we seeing the cars back there, guys? I can't tell. The camera's zooming in. Are those the SUVs? Hey, the Red Cross cars are coming. There's the Red Cross. The Red Cross is arriving. The Red Cross cars are arriving right now. Breaking news. There they are. The Red Cross convoy is here. Maybe the same ones as earlier. Thank you, Carms, for moderating. I really appreciate it, Carms. Thank you, Carms, for being here. Samurai Conscious says, get out of the way. Yes, there's people in the way. Tracy says, I can't understand this frenzy. It's crazy to me. Thank you to our new member, Endless. Thank you, Endless. So the Red Cross is showing up. I don't know if they're going to pull into the middle, if they're just going to stop there. But they're there. I haven't seen anybody get out of the Red Cross cars yet. Some of our viewers are pointing out how some of them are recording it on their phones. Some of the spectators. Or at least they're showing it on their phones. Looking at it on their phones. You can see a bunch of, in the foreground there, a bunch of the cars are moving. You can see one of the cars just pulled forward, that black car, and the Hamas fighter is telling it where to go. See a bunch of those Hamas fighters right in front of the cars. Maybe the Hamas fighters are clearing out a corridor there for them to cars to go through. Shauna Brennan said, I would be terrified. Tweaker Time says, this choreography sucks. Keeps getting nervous about the drone. Is there a drone there? There's been drones at some of these handovers, I believe. So again, the Red Cross is there at Nuseirat. 3 hostages to be handed over. 3 living Israeli hostages taken hostage from a music festival on October 7th, 2023. Yes, 1 hostage is supposed to be handed over later today at a different location in Gaza City. Okay. The cars are moving forward. The Red Cross cars are moving forward right now. Here we go. The Red Cross cars are coming into the middle. You can see the Red Cross right there. Thank you, Chet Lowe, our member Chet. Thank you. Hold on a second here. All right, so there is a couple of Red Cross vehicles in the middle there. We're seeing them pull up. There is the stage. I'm assuming that the hostages will be made to go on the stage and maybe speak. This is a live feed from Reuters. One of our viewers, Kimberly Joanne, said 4 cars, 4 hostages. There will be 3 hostages at this site. One is supposed to be returned later today. 3 hostages getting returned at this site. Thank you so much, Rain Tarrant, for your support. Thank you, Rain Tarrant. So next I would expect to see somebody from the Red Cross get out and maybe go over and check on the 3 hostages. Make sure they're there. Let's see what happens. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly, who says this is against humanity and Geneva Convention. I don't know. One of our viewers said, are the hostages in the van? I don't know if the hostages are waiting in those cars there. I'm not sure. waiting to see somebody get out of the Red Cross cars. Oopsie, little typo in my headline. Just waiting here for things to proceed. Still have yet to see anyone emerge from the Red Cross vehicles. Thank you, Darren Cox. Darren says, why would these people care about the Geneva Convention? Did you miss the news yesterday about the Bibas family? As we said earlier, Israel says that forensic evidence shows that the Bibas children hostages were killed by Hamas with their bare hands. That's what Israel claims. Oh, here's the representative. It's the same person as earlier today. We've seen her a couple days ago and earlier today. That's the Red Cross representative. You can see. So it's the same person. So she is, and they'll probably have the same other person sign for the hostages. You can see one of the Hamas people taking footage of her on a camera, on a phone. Captain Jerry Donnelly says, get the stamp out. Now look at all the cameras. There's another Hamas person on the right there shooting footage of the next car backing up. Maybe they'll have 3 cars, one for each of the 3 hostages, I would assume. Now they're bringing the other car back on the left there. Bab says she's a pro and has been working there for years. I don't know anything about her, but I mean, credit to the Red Cross people for going into these conditions. That cannot be an easy thing to go in this situation. I'm sure it's a nerve-wracking situation. Magical Fire says the Red Cross workers are so brave to go there. Real Sportsman says the logistics just to back up cars, geez. Yeah, I mean, they do make a whole production out of this, and I don't know if that's part of the event, part of the show. Maybe it's some kind of thing to show that Hamas is in control, you know? But they do make it does seem to take a long time to get, you know, the cars in position. But again, maybe it's part of a message that Hamas is sending to the outside world. Jacoby Watts says they are in control. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that if they wanted to do this faster, they could. Tamara Perciano says staging photos. Yeah, certainly you can see Hamas, you know, taking, looks like video and photos of this during these handovers throughout. This is Howie DeWitt says it is all a power show. Ela Davis says films are invaluable for propaganda. Shauna Booth says pure theatrics. Dan Beck says it's all showbiz. Irish Eyes says can't imagine what hostages are thinking while they're waiting in the other vehicles. I mean, these hostages have been waiting, I assume today, for hours and hours. Because there were people out there hours ago. Anne says that's how they attract new followers. Beep Beep claims that ILTV said hostages just arrived on scene. Is that true? I don't know. I do not know. Oh, hey guys, I have an update for you. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says the sixth hostage, who has been held by Hamas since 2015, will be handed over to the Red Cross in Gaza City without a ceremony, a source tells Al Jazeera. So according to Manny Fabian, Al Jazeera is reporting that the last hostage today will be handed over not in a ceremony. So there will not be a third ceremony today. We saw the first ceremony. This is the second. So apparently, again, there will not be a third ceremony. Ayub says because he is Arabic. The third hostage, I believe, is a... here, I was reading about him earlier. I'll give you a little summary of him. It is Hisham al-Sayed. And he is a Bedouin Arab Israeli civilian who has been held hostage since 2015. Hamas has claimed he's an Israeli soldier, but Human Rights Watch says he is confirmed he's a civilian exempted from military service. He had mental problems, serious mental issues, according to Wikipedia, and then in 2015 he wandered into the Gaza Strip and was abducted by Hamas. Yeah, I don't know why there's no third ceremony. He was supposed to be released in this release, and then a short while ago, it was announced that he was not going to be in this location. He would be in Gaza City being released. Carl says he's potentially in real bad shape. So again, I don't know the exact reasons myself. Ayub thinks it's because he's Arab. But the three being released here are going to be three men in their 20s who were captured at the music festival in Israel, the Nova Music Festival. Elia Cohen, 27, Omar Shem Tov, 22, and Omer Wankert, 23. This is taking a while, you know? But sometimes that happens. Ayub thinks the hostages are not there yet. I do not know if they are there. I don't know if the hostages are there. Somewhere. Oh, I have an update. I have an update for you about the last hostage. So, according to Israeli reporter Ariel Osher, Al Jazeera reports that Hamas is handing over the last hostage without a ceremony out of respect for Israel's Arab citizens. So again, the last hostage is a Bedouin Arab Israeli citizen. And that hostage is being handed over after this without a ceremony, reportedly out of respect for Israel's Arab citizens. So, him being Arab apparently is the reason that he is not going to have to get handed over in a ceremony. Ayub says, I told you. Thank you to Ken Lance. I really appreciate that, Ken. Thanks for your note, and thank you so much for your support from Australia, Ken Lance. And Roy Case, who is an Israeli reporter, says something similar. It says, Al Jazeera says there will not be a third ceremony. The last hostage, a Bedouin Arab Israeli civilian, will be released in Gaza City with respect to his Palestinian family and the Arabs of Israel. Suzanne Knight says, but he was taken as a hostage, some respect. Grace G. Ski says, a tad late for respect. Thank you to Mauricio Corbin for the gift memberships. I appreciate that, Mauricio. Bringing you live coverage here, waiting for 3 hostages to be released at any moment now. Later today, over 600 Palestinian prisoners will be released in the exchange. Always Chasing the Rain says this is crazy. Blaze Loud says you can't just wander in to Gaza from Israel. So I don't have background on how Hisham al-Sayed got there. The Wikipedia says that they have an article from the Jerusalem Post and said he crossed into Gaza in 2015 and had severe mental health issues at the time. That was in 2015. Gary Baines thinks back then you could have wandered in. There was no fencing like they have now. I don't know the details. One of our viewers just mentioned it is 58 degrees Fahrenheit there in Nuseirat, Gaza. 58 degrees Fahrenheit, 14 degrees Celsius. I feel like this handover is taking longer. It's definitely taking longer than the first one, I feel like. Although, you know what, though? I might be wrong, because when I covered the first one today, Red Cross was already there. So maybe I'm wrong about that. I didn't get on the air for the first one until the Red Cross was already there. So maybe there was a big delay for the first one. But Ayub thinks the hostages will arrive in a car. In the first one, the cars pulled up and one of the cars had the hostages in them. Bubba Sizemore says they are milking this for all it's worth. Moira says must be such an ordeal for the hostages. One of our viewers said, is that prayers? Maybe that's a delay. I don't know if this is like, is this a specific prayer time? It's noon there. There are 5 obligatory daily prayers in Islam, says ChatGPT. One of them is after midday. Ayub says cars have arrived. That's what Ayub says. Maybe the cars have arrived with the hostages? They haven't shown it on this angle. No, the music is back. Now the music is back. Silver car just showed up, says Robert. Did I miss a car showing up? Mark said I missed it. Maybe. Oh, that car on the left there? Was it that car on the left? I have to rewind and see maybe. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I didn't see it. Sorry. I apologize if I did. Yeah, people are saying the silver car over there showed up. I didn't see exactly when it showed up. I'm going to rewind and see if I see it. Oh, see, I see it. You know, I didn't really notice it pulled across the front. The silver car kind of pulled across in front there. All right. Yeah, it did show up a few minutes ago. That silver car right there. Does that have the hostages in it? I don't know, though. Or the gray car in the front there. Do we think that gray car has hostages in it? Saudi thinks it does not have hostages in it. Jelly Plane thinks it does not. Smokey says there were 2 Hamas in back, so there can't be the hostages as well. Alicia thinks it does have hostages. I do not know. Jelly Plane says they usually come in bigger cars. Ayub says the hostages always come with black clothes people. You know, I'm looking at a camera shot showing people in Israel, a crowd watching in Israel, and they've been there for hours. It really does drag out for the people watching, right, who are waiting for them to be released. Cheryl says 2 Hamas fighters were seen getting into both the right and left sides in the back of the gray car. So no hostages. The camera's panning over now. The camera is moving. The camera is moving. Why is the camera moving? What's going on? What's going on? Is something happening? Give me one moment here. I'm literally going to disappear for 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'll leave the footage up. I'm coming back in 1 minute. Hang on. Hello. Okay, we got a car pulling up. We got a car pulling up. That must be the hostages. We have, hold on, I'll move myself. You can see the Hamas fighters on a car and then other cars. So it looks like we have the hostages arriving right now. Right now. Again, these are 3 hostages who were taken custody. They were taken hostage at a music festival in Israel on October 7th, 2023. So we are watching right now these cars show up with the hostages and Hamas fighters. There's the van right there. We're seeing multiple vehicles. Hang on a moment. Wow. You can see the Hamas guy with the camera down at the bottom, filming it. A lot of choreography here. I'm guessing we might see the Red Cross person go over to the car and make sure the hostages are in there, maybe? All right, moving forward. Okay, here come, they're waving through the vehicles, I think. Here we go. One or more of these vehicles will have the hostages in them. Stargazer, our viewer, thinks this is a Hamas show of strength to Israel and Trump. Saadi says the vans usually hold the hostages. Sea Turtle thinks it is a circus, it is no show of strength. Okay, a door opening. Why is the door open before the thing even stops moving? Boss Steam says it's an abomination. You can see the stage is right there, right next to the stage. This is really choreographed here. JPav says they act like they won. The music stopped. Are we going to see something now? Let's see. The music stopped temporarily. There's a big crowd in Tel Aviv and Hostages Square watching this, and they've just been sitting watching it. It just sitting, for hours, waiting for these hostages to be released. Camera is panning around now. Camera is panning around. Let's see what happens now. The Red Cross. Are we seeing Red Cross person or not? Hang on. Maybe we'll see the hostages get out in a second of one of these vehicles. People are cheering. Are the hostages in that van right there? There's a person going up to the stage, it looks like. There you go. Hamas person is on the stage. A Hamas person is on the stage, getting ready to sign over the hostages, I think. These are Israeli hostages. 3 Israeli hostages. One girl's opinion says time to notarize the documents. Jelly Plane says usually Red Cross first checks the hostages. Oh, he's singing. He is singing right now. This person was singing or singing in prayer or whatever that is. But that is the person, you're hearing the person on stage. He is saying this. There you go. That was him. That was him. He's got a microphone. See, he had a microphone. Okay. Now will we see the Red Cross check out the hostages? The stage, the post. Now more loud. I gotta turn down the music. Gotta turn down the music. It's loud. Oh, is it? Some of our viewers are saying it's Palestinian national anthem. Is it? I don't know. A number of our viewers are saying it is the Palestinian national anthem. Thanks to our viewers. Now what? See, they're marching. Look at the soldiers kind of marching up there. This is so choreographed. Oh, they're raising the Palestinian flag. Look, they're making a big thing out of raising the flag. See? Wow. Yes, there's a drone there. A number of our viewers point out. See, there's a drone right next to the flag there. They often have drones at these things. Maybe they're taking video with the drone. The drone is right behind me now. See, there's the drone up there. Joshua Type Beat says they are making a propaganda video. Again, it's a whole presentation here. I feel like this presentation is more elaborate than some of them have been. This morning, we did not, a couple hours ago when we saw the first two hostages released, we did not see the flag. I don't remember them stopping and playing songs like that everybody was stopping and listening to and stuff. TJ Adams says they're ever more elaborate. Yoav says it's the end of deal ceremony. Well, this is the last batch of living hostages today in the first step of the first phase of the ceasefire. Okay, we have more soldiers walking over, more Hamas fighters walking over. Yeah, this is really elaborate today. I mean, we had the guy on stage chanting. Okay, the Red Cross person is coming over. I think she might be coming to check and make sure the hostages are there. There she is. So I think she's going to look in the van and check if the hostages are there. And that's the person who will sign for them. She's the one who will sign for them. It's the same two people. So she's going to go up on the stage to sign for them. Meanwhile, the other one will check on them, I think. It's the same people. Renee says this is ridiculous, making a spectacle out of them. So we just saw her a few hours ago sign for the other ones, and a couple days ago as well. It says the land distinguishes its people from the dual national citizens or something? I'm not sure what the slogan means today up there, behind there right now, what it's referring to. They're not showing the footage of the Red Cross other woman checking the hostages. Now, why are they switching here? What is going on here? All right, hold on a second. I'm gonna yell over to Reuters. This is in Israel. I think they're showing something in Israel. Hold on a second. Let me rushingly send a message to Reuters. Oh no, they just went back. Okay. That was really weird. All right, we're back at Nuseirat. Okay, so sorry for that for a few seconds. So here we go. The Red Cross is going to sign for the hostages now. Where's the stamp? And Hamas will sign as well, and the Hamas guy will stamp it, I'm sure. There's the stamp. There's the stamp. I think the stamp is there. There's the stamp. All right, so they are signing now, as they do in these handovers, whatever documents they're signing, making a whole thing out of it. Hubat says the stamp is very important. Okay, the flag fell over. He's putting the flag back up. It's falling over. They're having trouble with the flag thing. Up the stamp. The stamp just got stamped. There you go. I guess we'll see the hostages soon. Different binders. Another stamp happening right now. You just saw another one. Oops, hold on. Maybe this is the last document right here. Again, my guess is that a big part of this is Hamas projecting power, projecting that they are in control, you know. That'd be my guess. That thing keeps falling down. They got to get a new flag thing. All right, the signing is over. I'm guessing we'll see the 3 hostages now. 3 men who were taken hostage at the Nova Music Festival on October 7th, 2023. I'm guessing we will see them now. Here we go. Are we going to see the hostages now? Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. All right, I think we're about to see the hostages. 3 of them. The signing is over. All right, I'm hearing some loud cheering. There's one of them. Wow, he's looking kind of thin there. There is one hostage right now. Breaking news. One of the 3 hostages right there. And bringing him on stage. They do this with a lot of the hostages, bringing him up on stage. Wow. He is being made to hold something. I think they're telling him to hold it up and smile or something. They're having him hold up that thing. Jep says pretty skinny. It's holding up something else now, like a certificate thingy. Again, my guess is that they're telling him to smile. There's the second one, hostage number 2. Hostage number 2, there are 3 of them. Elia Cohen, Omer Shem Tov, and Omer Wenkert. Now, I'm sure they are happy to be being released, of course. Now, see, he's smiling and blowing a kiss to the crowd, so, you know. Now, on the one hand, I'm sure they're happy, but on the other hand, I am guessing that they're all told to smile, because we've seen this kind of thing before. But I can't be sure. But, you know, when you see it enough times, it seems like it's something that's being organized. And here's the third one. Wow. Now they're waving. They're waving, as we've seen other hostages do, and blowing kisses. Well, there are 3 hostages, and they are alive. So, soon they will be going with the Red Cross to meet with the Israeli forces. But you can see the Hamas guy with the camera. Tanky says he told them to wave. Multiple cameras making a show out of this. Kissing his forehead. They had him kiss his forehead. I would not be surprised if they're telling him to do this. Maybe he's just doing it. I don't know. But they certainly have a camera right there. They have a camera right there that is filming this, a Hamas camera. Yeah, I just mentioned the hostages' names about 2 minutes ago. Elia Cohen, 27, Omer Shem Tov, 22, and Omer Wenkert, 23. There they are. They've been up there for a while now. Several minutes they've been up there for. Just a surreal scene here. Then the Hamas people are talking to the hostages. There's a drone right there. See the drone? Probably the drone is taking footage of this. Unbelievable. Sorry, I can't do this. Yeah, this is I haven't seen every handover, but I've seen a bunch. This is a long time. Of the handovers that I have seen, I have never seen the hostages on stage for this long. This is a long time. This is way longer on stage than I've seen any of the other hostages. Also, this whole choreographed presentation has been the longest one I've seen. Then on the right, those guys keep chatting with that hostage over there. Startled Mouse says, I've never seen them speak to the captors either. Certainly not as much as they've been doing. Thank you, Cozy Moose. I appreciate it, Cozy Moose. Okay, so now they're all, I think they're going to be handed over to the Red Cross right now. Let's see and make sure. Wow. Well, it's good for them that they're being handed over. Here's the first one. Is there more? No, more pictures, photos. This is really elaborate today. Look at all the cameras. I see 3 cameras there. 3 different cameras. Wow. By far, this is the most elaborate handover ceremony I have seen them do. I mean, they were just on a stage. All right, now he took a bunch of pictures. All right, he is now with the Red Cross. So one of them is now in the Red Cross vehicle. I'll do the same thing with the next 2. Having him wave, thumbs up. And now they'll take more pictures again. Another photo op. And the third one. Radman says this is like some weird movie. There it is. All 3 of them have been handed over to the Red Cross. So far, there have been 5 handed over. There will be 1 handed over later today without a ceremony. So we saw 2 earlier, 3 now, and 1 later today. Wow, what a scene this has been. Ela Davis says they have the world's attention, they love it. So the Red Cross vehicles are pulling away now. They're going to go, these vehicles are pulling away, and they are going to take the hostages to the Israeli forces, who the Israeli forces will then take them into Israel. Wow. In a second, I'm going to show you another video. The IDF posted a video of Avira Mengistu meeting his family. He was released earlier today. Hey guys, I'm going to show you a video that was released by the Israeli Defense Forces in a second. But the Red Cross has left the area. This is the aftermath here of the ceremony we just saw. Really quick, let me show you guys this video. Let me show you guys this video that the IDF just posted of one of the two hostages released earlier today, Avira Mengistu, who has not seen his family for a decade. And Avira Mengistu, we read you an article in Wikipedia before talking about how he was somebody who was born in Ethiopia, an Israeli citizen, I believe, and he had mental issues, and then he wandered into Gaza and had been held in Gaza since 2014. So here is, all right, this is a video that was posted by the Israeli Defense Force a short while ago of this hostage who has been released today, seeing his family. Here it is right here. I'm going to play it right now. Coming up right here. He's on the left, and that's him greeting his family members and talking with them. Kind of a short clip, but we saw him earlier get released. Okay, so he is with family members now. All right, and then we have this here. There's the aftermath there in Nuseirat, Gaza. That was really an elaborate ceremony. That took a while, and everything was really even more choreographed. I mean, just getting the vehicles parked, and then the person on the stage, the Hamas person chanting, and the raising the flag, and the playing of, sounded like maybe multiple anthems. It was a lot. And then the different hostages were on stage for a long time, you know, smiling and waving, and then taking pictures with each hostage before they got into the Red Cross car. That really was a whole thing. Even more, I haven't seen all of these, but of the ones I have seen, that was the most elaborately choreographed one. Wow. Shelley says, so now it's going to get tricky if peace agreement will stand. Yes, after there's going to be one more hostage released today, not in a ceremony in Gaza City. Four hostage bodies next week, and then that's the end of the first phase of the ceasefire, and then there will be around 60 remaining hostages, roughly half alive, and we'll see if the ceasefire can keep going. That's a view of Israel right now. I'm guessing that's a view of showing. Reuters will say what this is. I think maybe this is Re'im military base where the hostages are eventually supposed to arrive. Eventually. All right, guys. So it's pretty late here. And just to mention, really quick, this is from an AP article. Hamas has said it will not release the remaining captives without a lasting ceasefire and a full Israeli withdrawal. Netanyahu, with the full backing of the Trump administration, says he's committed to destroying Hamas's military and governing capacities and returning all the hostages, goals widely seen as mutually exclusive. So, will Israel and Hamas be able to negotiate some kind of agreement to permanently end the fighting, to withdraw all the Israeli troops, and also to agree on the direction for Gaza in the future? You know, I'm sure there's going to be a difference of opinion between what I'm sure Gaza's going to want. I'm sure Hamas is going to want to play a role in running Gaza, and Israel is not going to want them to. Peter says seems unlikely. So, but these are the kind of discussions they're going to have. What's the thing about the sustainable calm? I wanted to mention that as well. The, hang on. Oh, by the way, thanks to Marty Hagwood. That's very kind of you, Marty. I really appreciate your support. Marty Hagwood. Hold on a second here. Anyways, I don't know exactly what needs to be negotiated in the next phase of the, I mean, there's a phase 2 and phase 3 of the ceasefire that's to come. But from my understanding, the next phase of the negotiation is going to have to get into difficult issues like what is Hamas's role in Gaza going forward? And that has not been dealt with so far. So I don't know if whatever is going to have to be negotiated can be agreed upon to get more hostages released. But after the one more today, that's all the living hostages in the first phase of the ceasefire. Jelly Prain says withdrawal from Philadelphia corridor. That's the border between Gaza and Egypt. Maybe that's part of it too. I'm just not sure. I'm not going to get into it all right this second though, because it's late here. It's almost 6 a.m. But let me just look at a couple more comments here. Ariel, our viewer, says this whole event was worth it just to see the happiness and joy of the families of the liberated. Also, Ariel thinks the children who are deliberately photographed at the ceremony are intended to symbolize the next generation of Hamas that grows up and is educated in Gaza. That's what our viewer Ariel says. Bald Eagle is wondering why it took 10 years to release. Well, one of the hostages today has been there since 2014 and one since 2015. I'm not familiar with all the negotiations to get them released and why it's taken so long and why they couldn't be released before. I do not know. Cecilia, our viewer, says, looking at the utter devastation in Gaza and the pulverized buildings, it is quite remarkable the hostages are even alive. Let's see here. Oh, and by the way, Manny Fabian says that the Israeli military says, yes, the Israeli military says the returning hostage Tal Shoham, who I think was released a few hours ago, I think we saw him in the first batch of 2, Tal Shoham, accompanied by members of his family, is currently making his way on an Israeli Air Force helicopter to the hospital, where he will be reunited with other members of his family and receive medical treatment. Okay, guys. Matthew Bradford says, how many of the remaining hostages are Americans or maybe dual citizens? That I don't know. I'll try to get a quick answer for you. Let's see. ChatGPT says Eden Alexander, a 21-year-old from New Jersey who volunteered with the Israeli military, is believed to be in Hamas custody. An American Jewish committee posted an article 7 days ago saying there are 5 American hostages still held by Hamas. Itay Chen was born in the U.S. and grew up in Israel. Gadi Haggai was in the U.S. for a number of years and then returned to Israel. Judy Weinstein Haggai was born in New York, raised in Toronto, and moved to Israel in 1976. Omer Nutra was born in Manhattan, and then he went to Israel in, I guess, around 2020. He is the grandson of Holocaust survivors, and his parents immigrated from Israel to the U.S. Anyways, that's from AJC. So there are several Americans. I mean, I'm guessing maybe they're all dual Israeli Americans. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about their citizenship, actually. Anyways, hey guys, it's late here, so I think I'm going to start wrapping up this stream. But I really appreciate you guys joining us for our coverage of the hostage releases. Oh, really quick, I'll also show you guys a shot of the prison, where this is the Israeli prison where the Palestinian prisoners end up being released from. Ofer prison. Over 600 Palestinian prisoners are expected to be released today, sometime today, in exchange for the hostages. So that's Ofer prison. That's a live shot there. That's from the West Bank, according to Reuters. But I'm not seeing much activity there right now. Okay. Yes, I think in the low 600s. All right, so I really appreciate you joining us for our live coverage. And again, just to be clear with the headline, 2 hostages have been released so far. 5 hostages released by Hamas today. And they have 1 more to come, which is not going to be in a ceremony. So there will be 6 total released today. Okay. But again, I very much appreciate you being with us for our coverage. And I'm glad that of the 5 we saw, I mean, the handover at least happened and went successfully. So I'm sure we'll be covering more from Gaza with Hamas and Israel to come. Again, I appreciate you being with us. If you want to see more of our coverage, we cover all kinds of live breaking news here without an agenda. Subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. Agenda Free TV. And oh, you know what? The helicopter just took off on the other shot. I think maybe this helicopter is, I don't know if it's going to pick up one of the hostages or something. There's a shot right there from, why am I not seeing the shot? This is from Reuters. Anyways, oh, now you can't see me. No, and the 6th hostage is being released, not in a ceremony, because it is an Arab, I believe it's a Bedouin Arab Israeli hostage, and Al Jazeera was reporting that this was done out of respect, that I believe the reporting was something like that the hostage, that Hamas said they're not going to have a ceremony with this person because they're doing it out of respect towards Israeli Arabs, I think, and maybe towards Palestinians. That was the idea of why the last hostage is not going to be released in a ceremony. Okay, so subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. Turn on notifications. I don't know when we're going on the air live in advance. I don't know when Big Noise is going to happen, but you can get notified whenever we're going live. We have a really good notification system. It's free. Sign up for that. The mods will post the link in the chat to the Discord notifications, and sign up for the notifications. They're free. And you can also find the notifications link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. And I will also post breaking news updates on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me there. Oops, right here. @Lookner on X. Follow me there for breaking news. I will post a link in the chat. And certainly, congratulations to the families of the hostages themselves and the families of the hostages who are getting released today. And as I mentioned, there will also be over 600 Palestinian prisoners released today. And a big thank you also for a lot of people have been sending me messages, have been helping out with information in the chat. I appreciate people helping out with information and updates. And also for letting me read your comments on the air. And big thanks to our moderators for being here in this early morning hours. Carms over there on YouTube right now, Janet B, BZ, all of our other YouTube moderators who've been there, thank you. We couldn't have chat rooms without our moderators, so big thanks to our moderators. Also, Linda Bell, Clary, and Misha over there on X. On Twitch, people like Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, and our other moderators on Twitch, and our Facebook moderators too, thank you. Big thanks. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, and all of our other moderators. Thank you, moderators. And thanks to everybody who donated to the channel too. That is super nice of you guys. You are the ones who allow this channel to exist. Thank you, like Matthew Bradford and Take Time 0626. And our member Carms. Also, Marty Hagwood gave 20 people memberships. That's really nice of you, Marty. Thank you. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a membership. So thank you, Marty, and everybody else who donated to the channel. That is really nice of you. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. Also, another good way to find out when we're going live, follow us on X, @AgendaFreeTV on X. If you're on X, I always post there when we're going live and other updates about the channel. And a reminder to those watching on YouTube, if you watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. To do that, what you need to do on YouTube is you need to subscribe, and then you have to click this bell and then choose all notifications. So if you subscribe, make sure you have the bell checked and you've chosen all notifications. All right. Also, I want to say thanks to our Facebook subscribers for supporting the channel. And thanks for your kind words, Graziella Wynn, I think it is, if I'm pronouncing it right, over there on Facebook. Hang on a second. Let me thank our subscribers over there. Thanks to Eve Richards for subscribing on Facebook, Robert Rial II, Lou Green, Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, all of our other Facebook subscribers. Really appreciate it. Lindy Donato, thanks for subscribing. Sharon Klassen Goslin, thanks for subscribing on Facebook. Big thanks for your support on Facebook. Also, our Twitch subscribers, thanks so much. Integrity Farmer Bob, Wall Street Shaggy, Bogan04, Jazzy Renee, really appreciate it. Barn Isle 42 Meh, JRG 770, Big Ball of Yarn, Warlord Gord, Jazzy Renee, and all of our other Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members. Thank you so much, people like Jelly Plane, Captain Jerry Donnelly, Snarf McGrew, Ken Lance, Lucky Minute, Fedora, Johnny M, Ane Sebeli, Mama 457 Rose, John Flick, Kinsley, Babelicious, Sadi BB, Nathan, Jackie Kerr, Joe South Oz, Aaron Hardy, J Nall 93, JPav, all of our other YouTube members too. Truth WSYF. Thanks to, was it Ayub and a lot of other viewers who have been sending me information in the chat. How far is it from Gaza to when they meet their families? It's not many miles. I mean, Gaza is a pretty small place. But from the Nuseirat camp, Nuseirat, where they got released from, is about 2.5 miles to the Israeli border. So if it's a straight shot, so they're going to be taken to the military, and then the Israeli military will take them out. But it's only oh, and then one of our viewers who said Raim, which is the military base they go to, right, is about, in terms of distance, it's about 6 miles from Nuseirat camp. That's what TJ said. Okay. Thank you to all of our other viewers like Nick and Yol Drawer and Bogan04, our subscriber, and all of our other viewers for watching. I really appreciate you being here. Dennis McNeely, Susan Priest-Buchner, and others. Christy Claft. All right, guys. So you've been watching our live coverage. We showed you 2 different hostage handovers, 2 ceremonies. If you missed them, you can rewind. A total of 5 living hostages handed over by Hamas to Israel today. 1 more to go, but there's going to be no ceremony for that one. And then 4 hostage bodies next week, and that will be the end of the first phase of the ceasefire. Will Israel and Hamas be able to successfully negotiate and reach the second phase of the ceasefire? After next week, there will be about 60 hostages remaining, about half of them alive. So we'll have to see if any more get released. Hopefully they do. Hopefully they can reach an agreement to fully end the conflict, but we'll have to see. Okay. So, that again, thank you for joining us, and thank you again to our moderators. That is it for now. I appreciate you being with us here at Agenda Free TV, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.